Why, hello there. Let's get that adjusted and check that. That's good. You, tell me of your status. Hello? There we go. Okay. That seems alright. You seem alright. I think we are ready to go. That and that. Let's do some of this today. Okay. This, that. Take a look at our status here. Okay. Yes. Connection model, location model. Wrong screen. Connection model, location model, map controller, location model. Oh, location model test, connection model. All right. I think that's where we are. So, the thing. So I realized something in the shower, as one does. When we edit, that needs to go down just a little bit. When we edit a intra-room connection, it won't actually be on a connection tile. So as long as this is all correct, tags is required. As long as this is all correct, we're fine. Because this all just needs to work with the new layout. So we're missing tags, which is fine. We need to put in a placeholder for this. And that's just that. I thought we got vector. So if we're putting in this needs to be the point compared there. We need this to be the vector. And we should have a stringer on that. Now I want to just be sure. Opposite chord is location plus vector times -1. Didn't find any connections, and the room on the opposite side does not null. Put in a placeholder. Opposite chord X, opposite chord Y. So yeah, it should be vector at this point, I'm pretty sure. Point is adjacent tile dot location plus the vector times -1, because backwards, right? Why is that backwards at this point? We already have an inverse vector here. Oh, because it's a case room data. This was if it's a null. this connection tile. Update connection. But adjacent tile. We go through your loop and look for you. Opposite chord. If it's in the map. This connection tile, update connection. We give it the connection with a destination of vector times -1. That'll be the inverse vector. But the vector should be the compass vector. What did you used to be? Yeah. Origin used to be adjacent tile location. This is connecting backwards. So this is actually going to be opposite chord. Well, that won't be a vector though. Where do we have we need to put the origin back in here too. So we need to get the inverse vector. Where do we have the coordinate stuff here? Where are you? Where did I put you? You're in map. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Where's my stringer? ToString is that. But a vector. I don't have a stringer for vectors. That makes sense because I would have never needed to use them. We have a coordinate. Vector 2 returns a coordinate. So we basically just need like a 2 cardinal. We probably need to do a switch here. How do I switch on this? I need parens. Yes. I don't know if this will work. this way or not. Let's do this in our order that we do everything in. East, east, southeast, southeast, south, southwest. Nope, not that. There we go. West, west, northwest. And I just realized I've been doing the wrong quotey quotes here. We'll fix it here in just a second. Do I want to return or do I want to throw an error? Is it... It's exception. There we go. That means I'm gonna have to catch it everywhere. Maybe that's okay, though. Missed one. Because it shouldn't be happening, right? So maybe it's all right. So this could actually be... to cardinal. Or no, sorry. Let's just do... That actually isn't going to give me a cardinal either, though. Do I have a vector reverse? No. So if I'm not going to reuse it, I might as well just do this. This can be vector times -1 dot to cardinal. Origin is already location, point, adjacent tile. Let's put you down there. Okay, what else do we have in here that's broken? You are missing also your direction. Parent location point plus target vector. Origin is parent location. This needs to be target vector. to cardinal. Oops. Like this. Because we give it a target vector, which should be a cardinal. Okay. Now, what else do we have in here that's just broken? We want to get back to will compile, I think. Selected dot location. This needs to be comparing the points now. Ooh. Location should still be fine. We want to look at the points though. This needs to be this for now. All right. Choking on my own spit. That'll take care of that. Feel the need to provide help, but I don't know shit. Well, that's fine, because I don't need help. Just got to figure out what I'm doing. Work through it in my brain meets. Direction 2. This needs to be... Oh, we have a direction 2. Takes a coordinate... This returns a direction. Oh, we have direction. I'm dumb. Okay, hang on. We should be able to get rid of this. I'm going to comment it out really quick, though. But let's do this really quick. And I believe this is probably going to be similar. Origin. Yes, for this guy... It's just point for now. You're not... There we go. Ooh, but we won't know about tag here yet. Okay. So, that's a problem. We'll fix that. We'll come back to that. Let's do this while it's fresh in our brain meats. This... should be... direction 2... this tile's location. Or no, this connection tile, but it's not this connection tile, it's... Oh, we don't have you here. We have an opposite chord, though. Which is the location. There we go. And then we can string that. And then the same here. Parent location, oops. Point, direction 2. Target vector, connection location. We don't know until here. Okay, this is tied into this. So this... Problem is it's a static const. No, it's not. Nor is it final. Okay, yeah. So this we can do. Let's say, look, if you don't give me one, it's an empty string. And then down here, we can say tags is origin direction to not origin dot point dot direction to target connection location rather. To string, and this needs to be like so. But our connection location, you can come out of there. You can't be null. You can't be null. I guess we could put you inside of this if block, though, because this does need to be... We can do this. As connection tile. Oh, wait, that's connection tile. That's not. It can be that. So tags being empty will be a problem for us to actually connect a thing, but sort of just the way we do things is going to require us to just deal with it, basically. So there's that. Add item callback. Add connection. So that's fine. And then when we go and resolve the click of where you hear handle connection click, can't connect a rune to itself right here. We figure out your, make sure you're not duplicate. Destination is that. And here, new connection, tags, string, new connection, origin, point, direction to, new connection, destination point, to string. Like so. String function can't be at times. That's what I missed. It's like, do I need parens? I do, just not in the same way I was thinking. Okay. And then we add it, and everything should get mapped. This should get us back to things working for single map connections. Sure, whatever, go away for now. This guy here, we're going to fix all of these tests really quick while we're here. But it should be pretty easy. I think we should be safe to replace this. Just double. I'm only seeing in the test data so far, which is good. Yeah, I think we're safe to do this. We need to replace this with location point coordinate. I hope they're all zeros. Close the squirrely. That. Oh no, I've not you. You undo. These aren't squirrely braces. So parens, you goof. Okay. And then you need to be imported. Okay, that's better. And these guys are all the same too, I think. One, they're not all the same. And we could regex this, and we might have to. Because there's going to be a number of permutations here. Crap. All right. This is... it's because this needs to be escaped, I think. There we go. We'll make you case sensitive just because. And then you... one or more. Except for that won't match. A negative. I can do that and say 0 or 1. 0 or more, really, but... should be okay for this. And that as well. Then we put you in a capture group, you in a capture group. We replace it here. I think it was $. I always forget. Let me... double check the docs. One day I will remember. One day. But it is not this day. Facing a capture group. Around the parens. Yeah, it is $. Okay. So this should... yes, good. Fantastic. All right, y'all should pass. Meow. Let's make sure. Okay. We might need to add. And this should actually work for all of these guys. Might need to add some tests. We'll check here in a second. Start with making sure they run. Excellent. And now import you. Oh, oops. This is because it's a room data. Hang on. Back it up. Undo. So this needs to be... Can I do this? I don't think I can do this. Yeah. Oop. Yeah, that won't work. How many of these are this? Maybe I won't worry about it. A lot of this is just needing to be... Let's see if we can do this. Where are you at? So this one just needs to be adding a point to it because it's a nested object now, right? Yeah. This one is the same as the other things. But how much of this is that, I wonder? Hey, what's up? Mrs. I don't know. Mizzy. Let's call you Mizzy, because I can't pronounce whatever the rest of that is. I'm doing all right. How about you? So if we do origin dot x, for example, we can replace that. Not location, not point x. And then origin dot y. Place with origin dot point dot y. How much of that will we clear up? A decent amount, it would seem. That needs to be that. You. How many of these are there? Origin dot vector 2. There's only a couple. Oops. We should be able to replace those easy enough, though. And then that needs to be that. How many of those are we dealing with? Is there a decent way? can do that. That'll be 16 of them. Destination dot point multiplied by okay. You are hopefully not common thing. Origin multiplied by is going to be a common thing. Okay. You need to be point here. How many of these do we have that are all the same? Well, we only got a couple more errors, so. Be just as easy to do them by hand as it would be to go write a find and replace for them. There we go. Okay. I need you. Hang on. Do it this way. There we go. Run you. Null is not a subtype of type map string dynamic. Because our test data, crap. It's going to be on the connections. So not tiles. You. This is going to be this should be this origin, and then we can do capture group string dynamic. Let's make sure we also do caps lock or cap sensitive rather. String dynamic. Oh, I forgot to done the wrong quotes here too. Let's fix that while we're here. So this will be this, that we need to allow for negatives. Actually, I don't think we do in coordinates here. We don't have those in negative yet. We just need to do one or more numbers, comma, one or more spaces, y, spaces, number, close the squarely, close the capture, comma. Now, escape those because we want them to be part of our match. We should be able to replace this with origin. Oh, wait, hang on. Because of the wrong quotey quotes, let's do this instead. Wait, no. I don't need that. I need you. You and you. Okay. Now, we'll get rid of that. Replace you. String dynamic. There we go. What did we say it was in the file? It's point in location. It's point in the struct, which I don't love. We might change that. Well, no, because your location, that's why it would be location. I won't stutter. Anyway, location is a map string dynamic, which is X with single quotes, capture group 1, because 0 is the whole thing, I believe, comma, Y with single quotes, capture group 2, close that, end it with a comma, right? I believe that to be correct. So we replace all that, and then we can do destination, replace all of you. Okay, closer. Invalid vector coordinates for determining direction. Okay, this is good. This is why we have tests. Update room, add new room. And this is going to be coming from coordinate direction 2, but in here, update connection tile. Okay. So this is our new code. Opposite chord. Why would you be... Oh. So 0, 0 is a valid coordinate, but we can't get a direction. Invalid vector coordinate for determining direction, because direction 2... Bum. Adjacent tiles location. So these are going to be the actual locations. So what we actually want to do... Let's do opposite room. Will be this. And then we can do opposite room not equals null here. And then... I mean, room tile isn't... In map controller, there's no room tile? Because you... It's because you... I can't believe I don't have room tile imported here. It's just like it's a red flag, basically. That I'm misunderstanding something and forgetting something. But maybe it's because I want room data. That's why, not tile. The tile is the UI element. Where'd you go? Here you are. Room data is that you're an object as room data. So I could do that. But that assertion, okay, so assertion or typecast or whatever will cause that to be wrong. Okay, so this allows it to be null. But no found connections, opposite room is null, and as room data assignable to a bool. What is the what's the other normal syntax for typecasted Dart? That is... This is integers. I don't want that. I just want... I got bamboozled by they used the Dart icon. It wasn't actually the docs. Implicit downcasts. I guess I would have to do... errors thrown. But... there's no way for me to do that safely. Opposite room. It's not null. How have we handled the failure to grab the right thing in the past in this module? As room data. We're just allowing it to throw errors. So we should be okay here. It should automatically throw an error for wrong type. And presumably we handle that. Oh, I forgot to... do this. Just location, yeah. JSON tile location, direction to opposite room as room data location. Okay. And you are a different one. Okay. So that should have fixed the adding. It's the removing that struggles now. And it's going to be because... target data clone. This does not. Location description, connections. In your equivalency, tags. But I thought we could do... we can't just directly compare. We have list equality in collection. Let's see here. Oh, we need to import you. Flutter has list equals, though. List equals other tags, our tags, like so. This is in Flutter Foundation. There we go. Okay. Also want to make sure our clone includes tags. Except location. I believe we need a clone on you as well. So we're trying to make a copy. And we used to just do that. So really no... Why wouldn't you be... a copy? If a coordinate was sufficient... Well... Expect your null. Destination table that didn't get cleared. So it deleted it from the map. Destination table is broken then. Here we go. What else in here do we have that... That's not used. No other warnings. Okay. So get that one. This new guy here. Null check operator used on a null value. Right here. Why aren't you showing me? That should be a warning. Irritating. Now let's see how many things are still failing now. You... Yeah, you get the same problem. Because we need to switch over to using the point itself on all of them. Okay, here we go. So let's just do target connection destination, comma. This should not be a regex. How many wrong things? It's only 7. So probably not a ton. If we replace you, destination point. Oop. Undo. There we go. We typed the right words to replace it. It'll be a lot better. Oh, but that's gonna do... basically just shoot myself in the foot, but... if I undo the things I did manually, I'd be back on track. You... and you... There we go. Okay, now... is there anything still broken? No. Perfect. Alright. Now, you... so we're going to have to do the same thing here, and I wish I would have saved that regex. Oh, I should have checked. That's my bad. Okay. Origin, like so. like so. String dynamic. And this should be, we should be able to do that. One of them, escapade, an X with a capture group of a decimal number, one or more. Oop, I forgot my space. A comma, a space. Y in the wrong quotes. A space, capture group of one or more digits. Close that, comma, should get replaced with origin, string, dynamic, one of these, this is location, string, dynamic, another one of them, single quotes around the X, U, capture group 1, comma, single quote Y, colon, capture group 2, close the squirrely, close it with a comma. All of that. And then the same for destination. And I should probably just double check really quick. 6, yeah, should be good. Okay, while we're looking, not location, origin, none in there. None in there. Okay. Because it's going to be this, which will be a different thing that we need to replace. So let's just close that for a hot second and fix all the rest of the things first. And the location is fine still. What do we still have? You we still have. Oh, okay, cool. Escape that. You, the same deal. The same deal. Close, comma, or a paren, and then close a comma. Coordinates. Ooh. But it can't be that. It has to be... It can't be that. It has to be the origin only... Origin. There we go. And this gets replaced with location, point, coordinate, X of... I probably could have made this a lot easier. Y, like so, second capture group, close that, close that. Oop, I forgot to put my origin back in. Place, you need to get imported. Hello to you as well. There we go. So we do that, replace all of those. The destination, we do the same thing. Destination, like so. Okay, now, before we do anything else, we know that we have similar things in here. We need to fix these in the exact same way, so let's just do that really quick. Like so. Destination. Destination's already done. Let's get you imported. Okay. There you go. Oh, maybe Nightbot's broken. Oh, there you go. It's just slow. Okay, let's make sure you have, yes, you have this same pattern that we need to fix up. And we need to import you. Place all that. Wait. I just did destination. Why didn't you... Oh, I must have clicked on replace instead of replace all. Doop. Oh no, it's because you're negative. Crap. I forgot. To do this. That's why. There we go. Now, you target origin X. This is going to be a little bit trickier. How many of these are there? There's not that many. This needs to be this first and foremost, so that we select the correct thing. So let's go ahead and put that in place on all of these. Why didn't you paste into these? That was silly. Developed some on the Deku code back in the day. Good memories. Judy, Fred, Mud for Life. Gotcha. I don't think I ever played Deku. I played one of the Iron Realms ones, and I really don't remember the name, and I think it doesn't exist anymore. But I have fond memories of kicking rats and things like that. It was long before I had software skills. Okay. Seems there's a bug here. No, I'm refactoring to account for intermap connections. Okay, now... These, I think... Turn off regex. And see, there's only a couple. Point X. And the same for Y's. And then destination also. Like so. Okay. Now, y'all should pass. Okay, good. Oops. This should all pass. We did a cheeky regex replace there already. Good. And you should also pass. Good. Let's do... Just make sure everything's passing. All right. And let's run the editor. Take a second to rebuild here. Okay, map editor. We can play with the gym. That's fine. Let's just create a temporary room here. Apply him. And then connections, we should be able to pop you in here again. That seems to be working correctly. If I delete one of you, if I... you already have... 3, 2, 2, 1, yeah, okay. I can create you. And I can do that. Seems like we're good. Throw away those changes. I don't want to keep them. I3? The window manager? No. Cosmic. Okay. Yeah, I think we're back to everything working for connections to the same map with the new structs in place. We do need to fix this map, which isn't going to be here because we only have the editor project open. Let me go grab server config maps. Gym will be fine. Thank y'all. Go look at our connections. They don't have tags yet. So I would love for this to add them as part of the loading, but let's go ahead and do a commit for what we have so far. Done with that for just a second. Connection, location, model, map controller, connection data form. Data form. Oh yeah, because we had to change that. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. Room data form. Because we had to add the click on connection. Map editor, yes. Connection model test, connection test. Location model test. I think that looks good. Add location class and consume it instead of a coordinate in connection origin / destination. Fix or also add tags to connection data and fix all the tests that broke. Push you up. Okay. Yes. Getting tags in here and getting this to be savable so that it'll fix this crappy formatting for the manual editing we did would be really nice. And let's do... We probably need like some UI around that. But that ties into the things that we need to, like, theoretically, for the future, we need to have like a like an IDE does, where there's problems, right? That we display in a way kind of like similar to this, and that's going to be a whole feature thing. And I don't want to do that right now. So for now, I think we'll just fix it silently. And worry about that when the time comes to add that functionality. So, when we load our map stuff, let's tidy up our workspace really quick, because we have a million things open, and we don't really need to. We're just going to close all this. We'll leave our maps open so that we can look at them as we go. Coordinates test, that's fine. All right. So, when we load the map, that's going to be map controller. There you are. And the connection data here, you over here, has the tags. And we append the tags when we write these guys, but this is all loading. I want to be in inflate this connection. Connection and connection data table values, set destination table value, update connection tile at the coordinate. Cool. When we it's going to be when we find you. Room data, found connection. This actually... I think this means that it's actually already doing that. But it's going to overwrite anything we add right now. So we need to fix that if that's true. So if I open you, and if I save you, we don't get our tag. We get tags, it's just empty. So you're not getting set. Even though... Oh, it's because we call update with the con data here. Found connections is true. And we skip you there. Ah, I see. Update connection then with the con data. So here, so some of these got tagged. Oh, no, this is the manual. Okay, duh. We did that so we could test it. So you... if condata tags length less than 1 or I don't remember if flutter / dart. Yes, it does have contains. This connection vector to string. If that is not true, and you... oh, right. Yeah, we have is empty. We can use that, sure. Then append add connection vector to string. Okay, and then you are missing close paren. We need to close this, reopen it. Oh, that's going to break stuff. Let's just restart. Okay, map editor. Not entrance gym. Oh, what's going on here? Error on Marston connection type list dynamic is not a subtype of type list string in typecast. Why are you not this dynamic? This is going to be coming from pane, map editor, map controller, 147 from JSON. Connection data from JSON. It's going to be in here. Tags as list string is that. Tags key shouldn't be null. Can I not... is it because they're empty, I wonder? So let's do this. Let's roll that back completely because it loaded before. Let's just stop it just to be sure nothing bad is you know, cached or partially loaded. Shouldn't be, but let's make sure. And let's see, we'll get it to fix it for us again. So we'll hit save. That'll fix these. Oh, that's not right. Okay, so that's part of the problem. I wonder if some of those got put in. It shouldn't be. I'm curious if the empty list is just not assertable as a, or castable as a list of strings. But let's fix connections, add connection data from JSON, connection data. Oh, no. Here, right here. In our controller, connection vector. Oh, because we need to do dot origin point direction to con data dot origin, or not origin, destination point to string instead of the point string. Okay, I'm going to close you again just to be sure. I'm going to roll this back and we'll run you again. Okay. And then if we save, go back. Oh. Why that? We don't have a good toString on you. All right. Because we haven't needed to write you as a string yet, I think. Now I gotta remember. How to do this in Dart. Dart enum toString. It's like a put it in the enum. It's weird. It's name. So extension methods. So if we do this, no, this isn't right. Main string. Describe enum. Sapt. Okay, so we give the extension a name. It's not clear if I'm supposed to put this inside of this or not. I don't think I am. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I can do it like this. ToString. Can I... Is this an override? Am I allowed to do that? Let's find out. So I return... describe enum, which is now deprecated. Okay. Use the name getter. Okay. Return this name. I don't need this. Okay, so I just need to return name. And then you... I can't... Is there a way to override it on an enum? Hang on. Was I on the right track already when I put it in here? No. ToString method of an enum in Dart. Not currently possible. Will be possible from Dart 2.17. But it says I should be able to declare, like I was just trying to do. And they're using arrow func. Is it because I have to do it this way? Oh, it's because I'm missing that. I'm replacing this because I don't like arrow funcs. So I was on the right path. I thought I could put an override inside of there. All right. So now we get a direction and the stringer returns the name instead of the enum direction dot. Nonsense. Okay, you've been reset. Jim, save. You. Yes, good. All right. So this we need to guard eventually against, or put map connections into a different place. We'll think about that here in a second. So this should not have broken. Ooh, might have broken tests. Let's find out. Flutter test. Okay, we do. Oh, cannot add to an unmodifiable list. Connection data. It's because we said you were a constant if you didn't provide one. We could do this. Let me just make sure. I believe we can just overwrite you, right? If I would just spell everything correctly, it'd work better. This is not correct. It's this. For Dart, there we go. D add this. And then that. I believe I'm allowed to do. Let's find out. No. Okay. That's going to be a problem. And I don't think I'm allowed to default it here. Maybe I am. Can't everybody know? Yeah. That's gonna be a problem. We can make it nullable. It's not the worst thing in the world. So let me back this up. Okay. If you're null, or length is less than 1, or it doesn't contain. Or yeah, I should is empty. I always forget you exist. So then I would have to do another check if it's null. This syntax. Could replace you with that. It's very much less explicit. I don't like it. In fact, I would like you to be that. And then at this point, you're not allowed to be null. If you were, we made you a thing. I don't like that super a lot. Not a huge fan. Can't add to an unmodifiable list though still. Why are you unmodifiable? Oh, because I took that change out. Which made you a const again. And then that would work. So instead of doing this twice, I could do it this way. Put you first. And then is empty will immediately get us into there to add it. And if it's not empty, then we check for contains. That's probably the most sane way to go about this, I think. And that shouldn't change the... yeah. All tests passed. Okay. So... there's that. And it's fixed that for us. This, however, it's case insensitive on the server. We should make it case insensitive on this in case of some sort of other, like if you manually edit it for some reason. So let's 2 lowercase u. Wait, no. That won't work. Is there a... that's pretty cool, like burnt toast? Okay. That is broken. You'd have to filter these. And I think what I want to do is do that as we write them. Maybe. The other thing we could do, oh duh, as we unmarshal, oh, but that's gonna be that. Maybe we do it as we save. Is there a helper in Dart to do case insensitive stuff? Let's start there. Version of list contains. No, there is not. Okay. Which is fine. I don't think I want to do this over here just because it's going to get it... it's going to get messy if we do it over here. The better option, I think we want to just do a function in the controller here. Oh no, right. Folding's broken for Dart for whatever stupid reason. So. where to go through the connections as we read in being inflate, right? And if we're already going to be going through them, yes. We might as well do it all at the same time. So this is for the ones that are on the tile. But we also populate it right here because we need to build a list of connections so that we can connect things up after we lay out the tiles. Okay. Right here, connection is connection data for tag in connection tags. Is that the correct syntax? Oh, right. If tags, if you're null, put a thing in there. Okay. And then what are you mad about? No. I'm not doing that. I'm adding this. Because I don't like how magic the double question mark thing is. Okay, I want to modify this in place. There is a way to get the index here. It is enumerate for each indexed. It's in collection. Okay. So we could actually replace this with that. This, it says it wants another one of them. And are you going to... Isn't defined for type list. What? You're so duped. Thanks, I guess. I'm just doing my thing, you know. I don't want to convert it to a map. Index. Okay, yeah. Thought this looked weird. This is not right. So we can do for final index item in, and we'll call you, instead of item, we'll call you tag still. Connection.tag can't be null indexed because we just made you not null. And then we can say tags at index equals tag to lowercase, right? You can't be null. So there we go. We can filter that down. New subscriber, appreciate it. Always good. hopefully some good content for you. Okay, so then we can get rid of this down here, which I didn't like and sucked. So I don't have to do that, because it shouldn't be null at this point. It could be empty, and it could not contain one of these fellas. These are all lowercase, so that should be fine. So we add you if you're not. Okay. And it will... So like if we were to do that, just because we can. Let's close this. Let's reload this. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, and we open our gym. Uh-oh. List dynamic is not a subtype of type list string. What? I forgot about that. So it must not be... the erroneous data or the empty. Which is bizarre. I must have to... Okay, so we know this is a problem. Tags key as list string. But that won't go into a list of strings, so that's a problem. Oh, look, here's the exact error message. Not a subtype of list string. From JSON must be a valid JSON value, so list dynamic. Pretty much by design. Okay. So... can I do this? Can I call map on this? Doesn't seem so. I should be able to call map on this. Do I need to do this map to list, right? And then do this. Maybe not. Because then it won't. Because this, I think, is just dynamic. Yeah, list dynamic to list. So I can't do it that way. Oh, I can do... Okay. As long as this isn't lying to me, I can do a list string from this map, or not map, JSON tags key as list dynamic, like so. Let's take a look, see if that solves our problem. Oh, it wouldn't be in here. This is the problem. We'll have to look at that in a second. But this guy, let's restart him just to be sure. Now, we load the gym. Okay, perfect. Love it. Save that. And then my capitalized guy. Oop. Contains didn't seem to work there, huh? Let's undo that and save that and close that so it doesn't destroy everything. That must mean that this is incorrect, but hang on. One thing at a time here. Null check operator used on a null value. This is probably because we skipped this map controller test. Update room connection added. Let's just make sure. Update room connection added. We load you. Update connection tile. Hey Terrace, how's it going? And it's because in our test data, we didn't feed it. Because, okay, yeah, we do still have to check in here. Which I don't love, but we want to be sure that we get the correct data. It will save us time in the ideal case, basically. To pre-add it, but that is the way it is. Contains now is a problem. Let's just make sure everything passes here. Contains did not work. Tags contains connection vector to string. Dart list contains. Actually, we could probably do some inline documentation as well here. Contains an element equal to element. equal to, unless it has more efficient way to find the element. Different equality used for its elements. If we can set, we have a custom equality. Map keys. This should be true, though. Oh, you know what? No, that got in there. This must be the wrong vector. Adjacent tile connections, because again, we're doing the opposite here. But this is only if it's equal to vector times -1. So this connection vector should be just watched a video about Samsung's rollable smartphone. Hadn't heard anything about it. I don't really track phones super closely. I'm just not a phone guy. I assume it's going to make your life as a mobile developer more hellish, though. Connection vector to string. No? You sure? Because this only adds it, actually. If it finds it. In adjacent tile connections. Yeah, I'm confused here. Why? APIs in Android to support this were around for a decade at least. Oh, okay. But there's not like a different like a different screen layout issue or something like that. Because this is my connection data's vector. And it was the same, it put in the same exact string as what we started with. I guess we could make sure. Y'all should be lowercase. Because you're not a vector, or you're a vector, not a direction. That's why. Um, direction 2 will be our friend here. Android from the beginning was really flexible in terms of different screens. iOS a different story. Web frameworks do. Huh, okay. I always heard that the proliferation of screen sizes was difficult. Made things difficult. Maybe that's for stuff that was like pre-smartphone or something. I don't know. Or not pre-smartphone, but like pre-Android. Okay. We have to figure out how to get a vector out of this because it's going to be the adjacent tile's location direction to us, I think. It's actually going to be this. We're going to find this once. Except for we can't. Well, yeah, we'll find it once and we'll reuse it. Android always had tools. UX, UMA, different story. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to use the restroom, stretch out, and open a window because it's getting hot as crap in here. And fetch a beverage. So, great time for y'all to stand up and stretch out too, if that's something you crave. I'll be right back. There we go. All right, let me also do. While we are middle of a break, our flow has been broken. We'll also fix up this because I might forget about it if I don't. Bum, 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 bum. Commands. I need you to be that. And this should be the same. Yeah. Should be the same for you. And let's test while I'm here. There we go. Nightbot is very slow on YouTube. That's what I'm finding out here. There we go. Okay. Now it's not all scuffed in the formatting. Okie dokie. So, we need to calculate this direction once. That. And then I think I only need that. I don't think I need the actual direction ever. So I might as well just do that. That. Like so. Let's see if that makes life more betterer. So we should see this become lowercase and the other things should not all be duplicated. Go ahead and open the gym and we'll hit save. Yes, good. And then while we're here, let's close that for a second. While we're here, let me go ahead and also make sure this is all still happy. Should be, because we don't really check the strings yet. Okay, cool. Let's do connection model coordinates map controller gym. Yeah. Implement null checking for tag list on connections. Place them if they are uppercased. Fix the comparison in update to not have or not cause duplicates, and update gym map with tags for current connections. Get that pushed up. Okay, now what? I think that's going to take care of getting everything up to snuff. This should handle the form, but we need to add the support for this in the form. Let's make sure that we do our due diligence with testing, though. So all of the changes should be only in here. These guys don't have tags. But adding them to all of that would suck. Could... As long as these are all valid. Except for this won't be correct. Just thinking we could like load it and create it, but that won't be as easy as all that. We can just omit testing on anything that uses testing the tags on anything that uses this. That would be valid. But it doesn't really exercise our parsing code there very well. We check the connections. Well, we test that they exist. That's all we check about them. I could... put it in here. It's just going to get so messy. And that won't handle lower casing. We do know... Check connection tile neighbor. Make sure the neighbor is in there. It's a room data. Connection ID is target ID. You have a neighbor controller. I guess we could just add that the west connection tags contains direction. Ooh, I don't have you. There you are. Let's see. I've made a small note-taking app. Do you want to check it out? It's a website. Yeah, sure. I'll look at it. What's up? Just, coding away. What's up with you? To string on this, I expect this to be true. I expect tags in this case to be not null, and also this. So we should probably also say expect this tile west connection tags. West connection can't be null. Is not null. And then we'll probably give this a reason and say, right, we need to do that. Reason being west, or rather just connection object does not have tags. Oh, I've just put these in the middle of a... That's why my syntax is all scuffed. Okay, there we go. And then the reason on this one is connection object not contain direction in tags. There we go. TBX for toolbox.dev. Not a whole lot working on a project that's currently frying my brain. Well, it's good for you. It's good to crisp it up a little bit every so often, right? What you working on? TBX for toolbox.dev. All right. Infinity note. Okay, how do I easily delete a thing? I have to go delete it. Yeah, it's a text editor. All changes saved. Oh, command control plus backspace. So on a on a split keyboard like mine, that's a really bad keybind because my control and backspace are right next to one another. It's very awkward. The show ya. I could find a good picture. I would be all tangled up if I tried to just lift it. Use a split keyboard? I do. I was just looking to buy one. There we go. This'll do. See control and backspace? Very, very awkward. Can't really freeze it in place, but yeah. Let's see. Shift enter is a regular new line. Yeah, I don't like the backwardsness for sure. It's weird. And if I wanted to like come in here and be like, yeah, but also blah blah blah, and oh wait, and I have to remember. So it's put me above when I wanted a space here, and I got to remember. Okay, it's shift, and it's put me here when I delete. So now if I do that, I'm here, which I don't want to be still. It's subverting my expectations for how a text editor behaves, which is deeply strange to me. And then shift alt up and down is inserting things. I broke it. And it's moving. If I do it multiple times, it's moving things around because it's inserting a new line. Or no, it's not. It's moving a line. It's behaving weird, right? It's not as expected, basically. And then that's it. Yeah. That's the only keyboard shortcuts to play with. Can I do alt back? I can't shift select and okay, I can for deleting, but control delete. Okay, there it goes. It was just a user error. I can't backspace from here for some reason. So like I can't. Oh, and I can't go up anymore either. I really broke it. So like there's some muscle memory that's tripping me up basically, aside from these other little bugs that wait a minute, what was it to insert? It was a shift something, right? Shift alt. Well, now I can't reproduce the. There's something wonky, that's for sure. I think it would be better if deleting moved me down, maybe? I don't know, it's hard to say. But like that's gonna be a tricky thing. Whoa. Why did spell check suddenly work when it hasn't been? Or has it? Am I losing my mind? Doing a bunch of returns here. I can't tell how many lines I have. You might want to add a line or something to indicate. Or maybe line numbers or something. And if it's like a to-do or something like that, then I might want like a delete button or something. I don't know. Depends on the use case, right? I don't even know what this does right here. Oh, it adds a line, but only if there's no new one. But hitting enter adds new lines if there's no text. And I'd probably, like, this is almost invisible to me. And my eyes are pretty good for color. So you might want to make that a little bit more contrasty. Same with these other elements. I mean, it could be something. Hard to say. How am I doing? Pretty good. How far am I in my project? I mean, we got things back to working is where we're at. Um, and your note thing might also, it might benefit from more of a Vim like behavior. As I'm thinking about like the inserting specifically. Something to kind of think about. like give me better control about where I'm inserting a line, maybe. Maybe that would refine it a little bit. Okay, yeah, so we do this. So there's our west. I don't know why we didn't do this in the normal order, but such is the way it is. And east, oh, that's why, because these are only... So this needs to go be east. This needs to be east. This needs to indicate which of the two it is. Like so. It started as an experiment. What if Inter moved content down and you added new lines at the top? Right, yeah. Definitely a learning curve. You need to be north, north, and then you need to be south. And I just realized that this should also be calling out the direction, probably. It's going to be a little tricky to track down issues in this, but that's just the nature of the beast. It's kind of a bear. Okay. Northwest. All of you. Oops. Okay. And then... Sure. Yes, yes. Okay. Southeast. Here. Southeast, northwest. Okay, yes. Southwest. Don't know why I didn't put this in the same order I did everything else in, but it doesn't really matter. It's more of just a... this should be northeast. It's more just a visual thing. Room data. Okay. Well, that's going to be fine, I think. Because we checked the tags there where we know what we're expecting for the direction. There we go. Perfect. Ensure tags are added to the loaded map. This should be more like add the tags to our testing to ensure tags are added to the loaded map. See, is there anything else Let me just push that up while we're here. Is there anything else in here? So our adding connections should... Room updated. West connection changed. That shouldn't matter. What's your opinion about Vim movements? I found out about them 2 years ago. I think now I'm a full Neo-Vim user. They're okay. I'm not a master of them. I can get around in Vim reasonably well with basic things. I still prefer a multi-cursor like this. Like, there's things that Vim doesn't do, or Neo-Vim doesn't do, that are just kind of key to my workflow, right? One is having a bunch of tabs quickly available here as I fly around to different little pieces of code that are all connected, but they're split up for visual organization, so that I don't have to scroll through, you know, this is already 700 lines long. I don't want it to be longer than that. This is a big class, so it is what it is, right? So tabbing and multi-cursor editing, and also the ability to say, you know what, I want this to be called something else. I haven't found a replacement for that. So I'm still more comfortable in a full IDE. Uses a different logic, yeah. And I always hate trying to figure out anything in it. I've talked about this before. It's because if you go looking for, how do I duplicate tabs, right? How do I duplicate this functionality so that I can use that? You'll invariably end up on Reddit, and somebody will say, well, you need to teach yourself to think in Neo-Vim. It's a buffer. No, I don't. I want an answer. If the answer is, that's impossible, then that's the answer. But fuck you for telling me that I need to retrain myself. Instead of answering my question, you just... I hate it. I hate the community. There are renaming tools if you set up an LSP. Yes, there are. But then I have to go figure them all out. And setting up LSPs is also pain. Setting up Vim in general is pain. You get that? Yeah. And like, if the answer is, it just fundamentally does not and cannot do that, fine. How close can I get, right? And there's no answers for that. And I know things like Harpoon exist. It's not quite the same. It doesn't give me the same abilities. It pushes more stuff into your head as opposed to being on the screen, to where I gotta remember, if I wanted to switch between these two, I'd have to remember that I was looking at map model earlier, whereas I can just read it, you know? And like, I'm sure I would eventually learn it, but I don't want to, if I don't have to, really. Use the Vim plugin VS Code for a year before I got it set up. Yeah. Now I love it because it's made 100% by me and I know how to change anything. Yes and no. Like, I just followed a guide to get it up and running to a level where it actually worked for what I wanted to do, which is to have a backup ready, because the day that JetBrains refuses to allow me to turn off all their AI stuff is the day I'll stop using them immediately. So I wanted to get it up and running, and kind of evaluate it, right? Because I know you can be productive in it. Yeah. And I would really like you know, something a little slimmer, but giving me the features that I care about. But it is what it is, sort of deal. And they're like in the middle of different like there's different ways you can set up your configs, and one of them is to split them up, and that makes it way more readable. But the documentation doesn't always tell you how to set up their thing in that, and it's really painful. There's a lot of friction. Tabs are kind of mad. I get anxious when I keep opening new files and I see the thing for each file getting smaller. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I regularly stop and clean up my workspace, like as things, you know, you put things away between tasks, basically. And it's not a perfect, you know, workflow by any means. It's just it's what I've grown accustomed to. All right, what was I doing? Testing, yes. So we added you to that. We need to check not all of this, but if we add new connection, target origin, all that, update tile with the update data. I want to make sure. And that's going to end up doing an update connection data, because this is a connection data. Bop, 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 bop. We add a clone of that if it's not updated. For me, it felt way better to use Harpoon, which is a shortcut, yeah, and fast file search by name. Yeah, but then I gotta remember. My green screen is freaking out a little bit. Let's fix that really quick. I gotta remember everything, right? You gotta remember all the names as opposed to seeing them. And I know there's NeoTree. I have NeoTree, so you could look at it here, but just like, eh. Like, I like to keep things broken up into discrete pieces because it helps with the architecture to keep responsibilities in places, right? Which proliferates files, which is fine if your workspace, you know, supports that idea. So, you know, like if I want to go and look at clone, I can just click on it and it's already actually over here. It'll bring it up for me. Perfect. Love that. Super fast, you know, as opposed to the command and then the thing and then the whatever, and yeah. And I know you can go to, but then I don't know how to send it to another pane off the top of my head. If I didn't have this open, it would open it, but then I could just do that really quick instead of, like, I would need to split and then go back here and it yeah. Like, I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I have to go learn all that instead of just, like, dragging shit around. What was I doing? I was doing this. Yes, new connection. Okay, so new connection, we add you. We don't put a tag in there. You're going to end up in update connection data. This is going to be a new connection. We clone this. We also need... We add you there. Connection to update. This ends up getting into connection tile data. tags get set if they're null. Okay. I think this we need to connection location. Data is you. So probably do the same thing here. We set it. I don't want to do that. And then this can be this could be the same thing. If we're gonna do that, hang on. That's a smell. You go away. Okay. Deleted too many things? I did. You need to be there still. Okay. We need to put this into a function. It's a void. It's just going to act on these guys. Hang on. How much of this can we put into you? Because this just makes sure it's not null. We would have to do you first. Down here, I think it makes sense to give this thing a direction that we expect. Here we're going to just leave this because we're inflating. And just adding it if it, we're adding it if it doesn't exist and lowercasing it. We're going to end up just using it here. And I think it wants to be, we give it the direction we're expecting. So it's still a void. Or let's call you verify and set tags. So connection data, we'll call you data, I suppose. Guess it just needs to be direction. Expected dir. Do that. You are just data now. this. Except for that, no, this isn't, actually, yeah, we're always gonna have a destination when we set this, I think. So I think we can get away with just doing it in here. That should be okay. And then place that. Verify and set tags. And I think it'll pass that by reference. I could be wrong. Because it's an object, I think. So then here, we can say, verify and set tags. Actually, what if we put you on connection data? What if we gave you... What if we called you... you can be a void. Set default tag if missing, let's just say. And then we can also have add tags if null. That would be smarter. Because then I don't even need to pass anything. I just call it. And it's just say tags, origin point, destination point. Tags is empty. Tags contains tags. You can go in here and I can do add tags if null. I don't even need this. Okay, cool, perfect. Add tags if null. Boop, you go away. And then here, I replace all of this with con data. Set default tag if missing. All that in there. And then up here, I can do add tags if null. Do I want to put this in there? If I put this in here, I could actually put it onto the load, which would make it more testable. Yeah, I mean... I guess I could just do like set tags. Could return a list of strings. We know that this is a list dynamic when it comes in. I've done that backwards because I'm in Go in my head. So you come in here really quick, but I don't even need to do that. I need to go through JSON data indexed. We can say if well, it's gonna not be. We still need to do the switch up here on whether or not it contains the key. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build instead of that. That you're going to be an empty list. I'm going to use the right characters for that so it'll work better. So we go through there, indexed, and we can say and this isn't really a tag anymore. It's an item now. We'll assert that you're a string. Unnecessary cast? Yeah. Confused by that error. But I can't do... All right, duh. Take that out. But you're final, right? Yeah. Can I get rid of final? Is that a thing? No, it has to be that. Okay. Because these guys, I bet you set final. All right, that's okay. We can do that. And then we just do add this item to lowercase. At the end of this, we return parsed. Okay. And then this can just become what did I just name you? Set tags. That. Oh, but I can't do that in an initializer? Really? Oh, if I make it a static, I can, right? There we go. No comma there because it's that. Do I want to call you set tags? I also don't actually care about the indexed anymore if I do this. Duh. Then I can just do that. Derp. Do I want to call you set tags? I want to call you parse tags instead. We'll still do the set if null or add if null. That's fine. I think I want to I still want to do this. Because then we can move update connection. This is the only place we use that now. It's down here. Set default tag if missing. If we could replace this, actually. We'll still want to check that to be sure. Not that. Let's lowercase you here. If you don't contain it, and I don't think, yeah, there's no dedo built in, pretty sure. So if you don't contain it, add it. You can't be null if you're in here, because we checked you. Okay. And then here, I guess this might still be valid. It just replaces that. That way we can still use this. That'll figure out the destination. Do I need to do anything else? I think not. I think that's fine. Otter, how's it going today? How's all the everything? It goes. We're adding. So the server knows how to move from map to map. The editor needs to know how to build such a thing. So we're refactoring it to handle the ideas that are new. Is good. Excellent. How's all the dog game? Or are you working on crab stuff again? Tell the computer to do stuff, right? Why are you not? It's because I didn't do that. Animating geese? Excellent. Join us in following the otter if you don't. Otter also has a co-working friendly stream, and he does arts and things, and sometimes codings, and he make a game. Okay, I think all of this is fine. And because we're using it, set default tag if missing, update connection, I think we're fine there. Okay, and you were broken at some point, but you should be fixed now. Let's make sure. Yes, okay, so all that passes. We want to make sure, though, in here, when we add a new connection, we want to make sure to test that. Here's all of my expects. Down here. Check the destination table. Check that. North diff and south diff are empty. Updated tile, update data. And because they're null. Well, that should be different because tags, because it's a connection data, so it should end up in here. Updated. It's because we don't do you here. Okay. We do need to do you here, though. So connection to update. Set default tag if missing. We'll make sure that you have your tag anytime we update you. And if you have different tags, that's fine. We just want you to make sure that it gets set, because tags are very important now to know where to connect things. Now, why aren't you... Updated tile, update data. We grab you. Oh, because the tile itself doesn't have... Well, it should still diff connection data. Ah, because this doesn't account for tags yet. Tile and data. Switch on the vector. Turn a connection diff. Okay. This needs to be... And we can't... We can't directly compare strings. Or lists of strings. So we need to... do we care about order? They're lists, so theoretically it shouldn't get mangled. We should be okay to do this, I believe. Let's do those first because they're simpler. This isn't really a diff, though. I should probably change that name, but we're going to do for final index tag in a.tags indexed, like so. Tags can't be nil, nor can a. We already nil checked you up top, so that's true. I guess here we would also want to do a check. If tags are null in A, but not in B, or, and this we need to make sure, I guess we can question mark them for only run this if they aren't null. It won't really matter because we checked you. Or the A tags are not equal to null, and B tags are null. So that should cover either side of the puzzle piece there. And I should put this also in bracket or parens, like so. We return that. All right. So that should take care of our nulls there. So we now have these fellas. We could do this better. We're just going to implement it as it is. So here, if A, which can't be null, tags that can't be null, at index. Well, this is already A, so we can just skip straight to B. If this is not equal to tag, then we can return. What do we want to do here? Let's just do tag not equal to, because we'll be doing A first, so we'll keep that pattern, is not equal to B at B tags at the index here. This is not happy though. Tags, there we go. And this is declared redundant because we've already checked it. All right. There. So now, I believe this will pass right now. But if this didn't exist, no, it doesn't pass. Okay. New connection. All right, these are correctly being flagged. If we were to take this, if we take this out, I believe that these would still pass. No, they should still fail because it should be building. Vertical tile new connection, diagonal new connection, horizontal new connection. What else did we change in here? Hang on. Nothing. We didn't change anything in the test. Okay. So it should be getting added, and then it gets reset when we add here. So why don't we... Why is it failing? It's failing because... Oh, instance of connection data. Well, that ain't good. It's not super helpful. So maybe we should beef this up. It's failing here, though. Otherwise, it would have the IDs. Here, we might be able to get away with... A is not null. Yeah. Okay. That'll hopefully give us a better output. Yes, actual southeast not equals null. Origin tile at index 4 differs from expected. Okay, good. That's actually the failure I would expect. It comes from here. Origin tile connection diff. Connection diff update data parent tile data connections. At I. That's because update data. We didn't set tags in here, so if we set them in here, it does become problematic. Because then we're not testing that we've updated them. New connection. I don't want to split this out into another test, I don't think. I do want... this. Origin and starting diffs. I guess I can just say, after I do the set here, manually add the expected tags, ensure they were set when we do the diff. Like so, right? Okay, so update data, tags. Actually, we could just do add, or rather set, default tag if missing. And then this guy, this horizontal guy, should pass. And we'll have tested. Ooh, it doesn't though. Southeast east is not equal to null, so we have an issue there. Is this a case of... my data is incorrect on the test? Origin tile connection diff is empty. Otherwise, index 4. Update data. Origin tile connection diff is U. Parent data tile connections. So default tag if missing. This should be east though. because of this. Well, except for update data, starting tile data. Starting tile data. So southeast got, or east rather, got added, but southeast existed? Parent offset, parent tile. We remove you if you are east, and we add you. Remove the expected connection to the end because we'll remove it and recreate it. That's what's going on here. The remove. Something's getting added as part of this, I think, when we remove and re-add. But... well, no, that shouldn't be it, because this is just adding and removing from the list directly. That would jumble the list, but it shouldn't change the directions. Starting day is east. Starting day is west. Horizontal connection tile, new connection. So we remove you. Connection table, remove that. Target origin, east connection. Origin point X times the offset, east connection, origin point Y. Times what? Times the offset. The X times the offset. Okay, yeah. Auto formatting has made this difficult to read. And then we say the east connection. So we resolve our target origin. Connections, we remove you. Remove where, that. Okay. Starting data origin. Starting data. Connection clone, east connection. Destination. Clone, west connection. We set that origin, we set that destination. Update data, connection data. Set default tag if missing. And it's because we cloned you up here. So... well, no, that wouldn't be it. Because this is just the connection data. We don't delete you using anything that cleans you up. Maybe. Target origin connections, remove that. So the... update a tile. Yeah, these connection. Okay, so because we set these guys, let's empty the lists by setting them to an empty list. Starting data and starting west data, I guess. Both, probably. Let's see. Valid value range is empty 0. That comes from connection diff. Diff connection data, connection diff. So this also needs to account for if the length of these guys like this. I need you to live inside of here, though. There we go. No, IDE, I don't want that there. Okay. There. Now it should give us back... What's up? Just coding. What's up with you? Now it should give us back a diff of those lists. West is not equal to an empty list. Okay, cool. So... in our test here, west diff is empty is not true. Connection data. So when we update the tile with the update data, updated tile is not equal to starting west data. So yeah, that makes sense. But the west connection should have gotten its deal there. Intermap connection. So we need to go look in our update tile. Connection data, update connection tile. It is a connection data. So, parent tile. We look inside of parent tile connections, and we add you if you're in there. Updated is true, break. But what about the other side of that equation? Update connection tile. Tile to update. We wouldn't... It's because we don't update that one. Why don't we update both of them if we update a connection tile? This should be... Get connection tile parent coordinate. Connection to update. Parent offset location, we figure that out. as a room data. This goes through my connections and updates. What else do we compare with you? Starting West data. Should be no diff. And that's the only time we look at it. But this still won't be right, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Southeast and east is not null. Not you. You. Origin tile connection diff is empty, which is... Why do you do that? This goes origin to destination, adds a tag. It's because we clone you, maybe? Hang on. No. Why would you have both? Parent connection vector. So parent connection is parent tile connections at I. That's because we're setting the wrong thing in here. That's why. This should be parent connection, not tags. Parent tile. Now, parent connection works, yeah. Set default tag if missing. Connection to update. We should also probably do this after we set that. How do we like that? Is that better? Horizontal. Southeast and east is not equal to null. Origin tile at index 4 differs from expected. But you... Southeast, east. You got a call? No, no worries. So west is not equal to empty now after we clear it. Before we clear it, we get a different error, which is southeast and east are not equal to null. Connection data clone, target connection tile, west connection. And our diff down here, origin tile connection diff. If it's east, we look at this guy. Otherwise, we look at starting tile data connections I. Starting tile data. That's bizarre. Kind of hard to explain the project to folks not in the community, but it's basically a tournament helper tool for a games tournament community. Oh, okay, gotcha. What's breaking your or baking your brain over that or about that? Starting west data. Clone. Target connection tile west connection. What is going on here? Connection vectors coordinate east. I've challenged myself to do it entirely in Rust, which I know well enough, but I haven't working with it for years and years, like I have JS. Ah, yep, that'll do it. It's a good way to get like up to speed on a language, though, for sure. Doing a thing that you like, you know how to build it or have a good idea how to build it, but in a language you're not familiar with. Heck yeah. Why do we need to move you to the end? Confused about that. What if I just didn't do that? What would you have to say about that? Starting data is connection data clone. Target connection tile, which we have already figured out is the one we want to mess with. East connection. So 1, 2. It's east connection. And it's west connection. It's the east and west data. On top of that, I'm trying to support web, desktop, and trying to make it a library you can make more clients with if you want. So I'm like juggling 3 different things at once. Yeah. Chunks will help you there. Like, you know, break it down. Do one thing at a time sort of thing. Target origin. Target connection tile. East connection origin point X and Y. So I pull out from my connection tile that. And then I remove its connection. East connection. Maybe it's in here that we do something funky. Nope, that's just the list. Okay. Test controller destination tile. I feel like this existed before I made a clear connection. So what if update horizontal tile connection tile with a new connection? So we get do I need to do any of this at all anymore? Because this has changed a little bit. Do I even need to call delete? If I do an update, tile to update, if I find you, I just replace you with the new data. Otherwise, I insert default data. Rather the data you provide me. The IDs aren't null. They don't match. This is an intermap connection. Don't try to connect them. Okay. That shouldn't be... Oh. They will be null. That should still be fine. And then we set up our tables. And there's nothing in here based on the ID, right? Okay, so... what would I compare you to if I did this a different way now? Warnings link should be 0 on loading. Target connection tile. We figure out their connection tile. We grab you. What does parent offset use? Just there? No, it's used down here as well. So we can keep that in. Parent tile. Starting tile data is that. I don't think we need this stuff anymore. I don't think we need any of this anymore. We have a new ID. We have starting data origin, starting data destination. Starting data. Oh, that's might be why we do this. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we don't need this anymore. We have starting tile data because we cloned the parent tile. So starting data versus starting tile data. We clone the east connection. Wait, why did we do this? Oh, we clear the... Okay, yeah. This won't matter, I don't think. Let's get rid of that. Starting west data. Oh, we're making sure we don't mangle west. I see. Okay. So west, yeah, we shouldn't have to clear your stuff. Starting data tags. Doesn't matter. Should get overwritten. Okay, connection table, we remove you. That's fine. Oh, you know what? This is supposed to be removed because it's testing a new connection, newly added. Okay. That's okay. So here... Ooh, where do we have a table remove? What did I call you? Clear connection. Clear connection takes a connection data. Target connection tile. West connection. You could be null, but you shouldn't be here. Then I don't need to do this work. So we clear the west, or no, sorry, this should be east. Clear the east connection. And then we set connection data for the east connection to our target. Wait. We shouldn't need to do that. We should be able to update tile with update data. Test controller, update tile, update data. Okay. Let's give that a go. Let's see if I'm completely off track or not here. Horizontal connection. The ID is not the same. And that's because... Update data should be that, yes. Index 2 differs from expected. So north and then east, or no, that'd be northeast, 0, 1, and then east. Should be index 2. On update data from parent tile data connections I. Connections I, is that because this is going to get replaced with a placeholder, will have its own opinions on IDs. Which, do we want it to do that, is the question. And I don't know is the answer. When we do the update here, connection, we find you. Map parent offset location XY as room data. Connections at I equals connection to update. So it should get the new ID. Unless it wouldn't find you. That's true. It would not find you. Because this is a new one. So it wouldn't be, it would be here. So we clone connection to update. Connection table there. Perfect. Okay. Parent tile connections add. And then origin ID is not null. And the ID is not null. Destination. Connection to update origin ID is not equal to the destination ID. This shouldn't be triggering. Destination offset. Set destination table value. Set same map connection tile data. The origin, the vector, and then the data. But if we clone you with the new ID, why don't you match? Origin tile at index 2 differs from expected. Let's do origin tile connection diff. So if you're east, we do connection diff on update data, which is the new stuff and the connections at I. That should not be. Let's debug this. Okay, come in here. It's not null. Parent tile. Okay, we get you. Parent tile connections. I guess we could just do this. Boop. Updated is true, so it did get updated. Because we found an existing vector. which should have been a placeholder, I believe, after we removed it. So let's actually put the breakpoint here. Hang on. All right, just stop. Just stop. Get out of there. We'll go back. You debug. I think it's running everything. Is that true? I hope not. Horizontal. Okay, yeah. So we didn't end up in there. Stop you again. Let's rerun that. Okay. Not updated. That makes more sense. Okay. So parent tile is a room data. Our connection data. Connection to update. Doesn't have any tags in it. Okay. Does have an ID, 79A1. So we add you. And then parent tile connections. This is north, northeast, east. Nope, this is south. Updated transit exit. Okay, so here's my deal. You don't have, you do have an 79A1. Okay, that's fine. So we set all that stuff up. Okay. Set the default tag if missing. That should still be failing. Updated tile. Parent tile data. Updated tile. East connection 79A1. So we come into here. West diff. Updated tile starting west data. Those are both empty. There's no diff. And then we come into here. My coordinates are not east, or my vector is not east. So I set those. Connections. Origin tile at index I. Okay. And this is 2. It's not east. Connection diff, starting tile, connections at I. Starting tile, data, connections at 2 is west, to the east. And that is not the ID. But parent tile connections I connection vector. Well, that should be fine. Parent tile data connections. Parent tile data connections. It's because we took you out. Starting tile data, we copied up here. We would need to do that after we clear you. Let's do that. Like so. Stop that. Okay, horizontal now fixed. Okay, cool. We copy the correct after we've already removed it, so we actually have a good data to compare to, and it works. Imagine that. If you need a break from stuff, there's an article I found today. It was pretty incredible. I feel like you'd enjoy. Oh, I don't know. It says AI in it. I don't know if I want to read it. I'm so tired of it. Let's skim it. Let's take a look. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah. Okay, AI slop everywhere. Yeah, I don't. I'm so burned out on it that I don't even want to read it anymore. All right. So we need to do this. We need to clean up these other tests really quick. That's fair. Yeah. Like I'm so burned out on it just because it's the only thing anybody wants to talk about anymore. And that's why I kind of just decided I won't anymore. I'm just done. Okay, so we need to do this step here in these other guys. Found to be very relatable. Yeah, probably is. I don't doubt it's a good article. I just doubt my ability to engage with that stuff anymore. And we were doing... Wait, hang on. It's a good we're cleaning these tests up because these are difficult to maintain. So origin point, parent offset, parent tile. Except for this is supposed to be vertical, so why was I doing target connection tile? This should be north. North connection. And then I can clone. Okay, there we go. Like so. Then we don't need to do this anymore at all. There we go. We update. Oop! I lost my starting data. I do need still. I don't need this. Starting data right there. Starting south data. I don't think I need, right? Hang on. We'll take him out if we get there. Connections remove. Set that. Okay, all of that goes away. Gets replaced by the cleanup. Because we changed how that worked. We update the tile, and then we do the set default tag if missing, right? Yeah. And then starting west data was still used somewhere. Where in this case it won't be west, it'll be the south data, but oh yeah, we diffed that, okay, to make sure we didn't mangle that. All right, so this should in theory pass as long as I have not screwed up. Okay, cool. Now diagonal, we need to do that, and that'll be the last one we need to fix up for this. So we'll need to grab y'all and do the same thing here, except for parent tile. It won't be that, it will be northeast. Yes. Okay. Then we don't need that anymore. We do need our diagonal clones to make sure they don't get mangled. This goes away. That all gets cleared out. That goes away. Perfect. Just sucks that I'm probably never going to get the job I want because it basically doesn't exist anymore. What I do to become a monk? I mean, what is the job you want, right? That has some bearing. Update data. Set default tag if missing. What was my comment? I like the way I phrased it. I'm just going to steal it. Where'd you go? Here you are. There we go. Okay, so. And this takes more checking because we have to check all of the diagonal stuff. But. Because diagonals have 4 connections. But there we go. Okay, so. We verified it manually, and then we verified it with test code. There could still be bugs hiding in there. There may very well be bugs hiding in there, but it's fine. Not you. You. So we changed connection model, control map controller. Wait, connection model. Oh yeah, duh. Yeah, we did add that. Absolutely. Map controller test, yeah. Move the helpers for working with tags into the connection class itself. Fix broken tests. Alrighty then. Actually, I should run another set of Flutter tests just to be sure. All right, perfect. That is all super happy. Let's give it another run just to be sure. That things are working like we expect. I should be able to create a room here. Let's put it here. Sure, apply. Should be able to drag in a connection. Should be able to apply. It'll only create 2. Perfect. If I was to reset this, I would actually kind of like to test this. That's good. Okay. if I was to add something in here, like so, apply that. There's my connection. And then I was to drop that on. Then my north west over here should get overwritten, and it does. Okay, perfect. Let's reset you. Let me make sure. I should have checked this before. So my northwest here has my test data in it. Okay, perfect. Reset. Let's see, what else do I need to do? You north, southeast. Okay, yeah, fine. Add connection. Click you. I should be able to drag you in. It puts in my defaults for me. Everything there. Cool. If I do this, it doesn't display in there. Oh. Oh, no, that's fine, because there's no rooms there, so it shouldn't. Yeah, I think we're good. We'll see if anything else crops up. My college degree had quite a few classes that tried to emulate the workforce to a degree, and it seems like it, did a pretty good job of doing that until the last few years. Basically just something software development. More specifically, the progress of working on software as a team, problem solving, and doing something meaningful. It doesn't have to be world changing, or like working for Blue Sky, for example. I don't know if Blue Sky's world changing anyway. Like I can't conceive of a world where this hype cycle doesn't end, the bubble doesn't pop, and people don't realize that they need somebody to come in and clean it all up because it's a mess. That's what I mean, though, right? Yeah. Because we're seeing it become a mess, right? Getting debated into talking about AI slop again. But so recently Amazon had big outages, and they did an internal investigation, and they said, oh, hey, our AI tool deleted a bunch of crap. So we're going to have seniors reviewing PRs before they get committed, emerged, right? Okay. Humans are flawed, and we're very bad at doing repetitive work, right? If you take these people and you put them in a box and you make them look at slop PRs, code nobody wanted to bother to write, all day long, you're going to just destroy their morale, and their efficiency will tank. Like, this already happens. Like, LGTM is a meme for a reason, right? It already happens, and it will become worse. We're already seeing quality decline everywhere as a result of this crap. The only answer is that you need people that know what they're doing to come in and fix it. Will it ever go away? I don't know. Maybe if it becomes too expensive. Because all these companies that are saying, well, we made $1 billion. No, you didn't. You had $1 billion revenue on $8 billion of expense, right? You lost $7 billion, or whatever the numbers are this week, right? There are none of them that are profitable. And the only way that they're going to even come close to anything is to increase the prices or decrease service, or both, which we're already seeing, right? Oh, it's already happening. So like, it just doesn't make sense that there's a world where this ever happens. Like, not with LLMs, right? Will they still exist? Maybe. But they're going to be doing crap you don't want to do anyway, right? They're replacing the lowest tier of work, maybe, where all they do is copy paste from Stack Overflow anyway, right? Even then, I'm doubtful that they're really going to replace that role. Um, you know, people that are older than me have already seen this cycle play out too. The sequel existed so that you didn't need developers to write database queries. That, you know, salespeople could do it themselves. How well did that work out, right? We've seen low and no code try to eat the world several times. Do you know what you call it when you have a language that is specific enough to tell a computer exactly what you want it to do? A fucking programming language. That's what this is. This is text that tells a computer exactly what to do in the specificity and granularity needed to make a thing work, right? So, like, I just don't see it. I just don't see it going away. I think, and even people have been admitting, and studies have been saying that the enterprise adoption is not going well. It's not doing what they say it will do. Duh, no shit, right? So yeah, I'm still hopeful for a world where jobs exist again, basically. And I'm hoping it's soon, because things are slowly circling the drain. Did they blame the workers, not the AI, referring to the Amazon outages? I didn't read the whole thing. I skimmed part of it. What I saw was that they admitted that their tool deleted a bunch of crap instead of fixing things. So, like, you know, and it's been going on for a long time. And everybody's like, well, I use it in the good way, and then they turn in, it doesn't do what they say. And they stop doing that. And they come up with new shit. Like, well, you got a prompt in JSON. No, you don't. That's not how they work. You're delusional. And the other thing that you got to also be on the lookout for is that there is a ton of undisclosed advertising going on. When you go on the internet and you see people say, Hollywood is cooked, there'll be no game developers anymore, because look at this thing. Okay, well, objectively, the shit that they generate is bad. But you notice that it lasts for like a week after the release, and then it goes away because the fucking marketing budget ran out. They paid their influencers in tokens to use the shit. They had, like, you can find people admitting it. There was a so on X, there's Is This a 3D Model? It's an account dedicated to Is This a 3D Model? And trolling on the AI generated slop, right? They didn't repost. They showed a screenshot of somebody saying, "Oh, you need money to run your models." Yeah, no shit, right? Well, here's how you can get free tokens by participating in affiliate programs, right? That's what they're doing. So, like, be careful. Guard your mind, you know, and your attentions, because it's out there. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of undisclosed advertising. But I'm not seeing anything real. Right? And the things we do see that are real turned out to be really bad. Like that T app, which was bad in itself and disgusting. Don't do that to people. But then breached because it was vibe coded, right? So, have hope. I do. But also, you know, the industry sucks right now too. All of this aside, like, it's sucked for a long time. We've been stuck in stand-ups. Even before AI, every time a game came out, they laid off half of everybody that worked on it instead of, you know, putting them to work on new things. There's been a ton of churn forever. And managers have taken over, basically. So, like, I don't know that it's actually that bad of a thing that all of this is happening at the same time. Like, in the moment, it's bad. It's bad for my fucking bank account, for sure. But it's really exposing how much things suck. And we're really seeing, and it's becoming painfully evident, that recruiting and hiring is broken. Project management is broken. Development by fucking spreadsheet driven by MBAs is broken, and we're all seeing the results of it, right? So I think, and I've said this before, that the revolution, quote unquote, is that companies are going to arise and they're going to have some radical ideas, right? Like, maybe we should just sell something for money, and maybe we should, have a product that we wanted to make and it's good and we don't actively hate our customer base. We're starting to see it. There was, I fucking wince whenever I hear NBA nowadays. It's true, right? It's bad. But Adobe has been hostile to their consumer base for a while now. The subscription canceling thing, making everything a subscription thing, they don't care. You're a captive audience if you're a creative person that needs to use Adobe Illustrator, because there's not much else that works well. That you have to learn a new thing and get an entire industry to stop using that thing. If you learn an open source alternative, then you don't have the words on your resume for the recruiter that doesn't know jack shit about what you do to read them and match them up, because that's all they know how to do. But Games from Scratch just the other day did a video on alternatives that are starting to come up for Adobe products, right? Because the demand exists. There are more people that are saying, we're willing to rip off that Band-Aid because this sucks, right? So they're creating a demand for their replacement. So I think we're going to start seeing more of that. I hope we're going to start seeing more of that. I'm not a market analyst. I'm observing things and hoping, because I'm in the same boat, right? It's been a long time since I've had a decent job. And like, if you have, like, so right now I'm floating on savings, right? I need income sooner rather than later, right? So I'll have to do something about that sooner or later. But that's not going to stop me from doing these projects, right? I did it when I had that crappy temp job. It cut my hours back way back on projects and streaming. But I'm not going to stop doing this, right? So if you have something that you can make or continue to build your portfolio, if you can just pay the bills and keep gaining your skills, I don't see a way that comes out negatively, right? I don't see how that could possibly be a bad choice for you. So, keep doing it. And even if you, let's say there is never a corporate developer job ever again, right? I don't think that'll happen, but let's just say, is that really such a bad thing? There's still software in the world that isn't made by corporations. You can still make a thing. Curl is, a thing that a guy started as a hobby. Linux is a thing a guy started as a hobby, right? Now, it's hard to monetize open source stuff, so be careful of that. And people really don't like it when you start open source and then you become source available or something. But you can make software and you can sell it, right? That's how they used to do it back in the day. Stuff was made by nerds in their basements, and then they sold it, and then corporations got involved. It can still be done, I think. I have faith in that. If you make something good that people want to use, I think you can still sell it. And I'm trying to do that myself. That's what I do after I get done here. I go work on that usually. So, I have an especially fucked perspective since I graduated only last year. So my only perception of the job world is fucking terrible. It's been fucking terrible for a long time. My last decent job ended in 2020. Like, it's been 5 years since I've had a decent job. I had a okay job after that. It didn't pay very well at all, but it paid the bills and it kept me floating, right? Then that went away. Like, I've never known a job market that wasn't awful. I'm a millennial. I started working right after the great financial crisis, right? And now here we are again, round two, fight, you know? And that's the thing. And a lot of us, myself included, believed the the narrative that you work hard and you climb the ladder and do all this other horse shit. And you gotta play the game. I was actually thinking about this earlier in the shower. Everywhere I've ever been let go from, I knew it was coming, and I would tell my friends there, or my, people that I was friendly with at work, like, hey, I'm probably going to get fired now or laid off or whatever. I don't think I've ever told anybody that and had them say, or had them not say, there's no way. You do too much. They're going to get rid of somebody way less useful than you first. And then it happens, right? And that, in hindsight, that should have been a wake-up call to me that something has shifted and things are not the same way that it used to be. But I still went to school. I still got my crappy associate's degree. It's all I could stand. And I still believe that crap, right? So, like, when I see Zoomers and I hear people complaining, corporate people, well, the Zoomers have no corporate loyalty no loyalty to the company. Why the fuck would they? Fuck you. You haven't inspired any loyalty. Like, because I know, and they know, they've figured out already that as soon as it maybe makes the line go up and to the right a little bit more, they're out on their ass. And it's true. And, like, it sucks, but it's something we should have woken up to a long time ago. Right? So, like, yeah. The younger folks are giving me hope because they've already caught on to the game that I should have caught on to sooner. But I think also that that's going to contribute to the decline of these products and these things, because they're already saying they can't find people, right? I don't believe them. I think it's a damn lie. But I also believe them in the way that I believe it when somebody, a person, not a corporate spokesperson, but a person says, my department's understaffed and we can't find anybody that knows what the hell they're doing. I believe your HR pipeline is to blame, your recruiting pipeline, because it's full of idiots. Your hiring manager might be to blame, and the management itself might actually not be looking to fill that place. And they're just going to burn out whoever they have that they've, captured, and continue to give you hope by saying, well, we just can't find them. We've posted the jobs. We don't know what else to do. I think it's going to continue to, they're going to continue to struggle until they realize that, they need to give people compelling reasons to work for them and to fix the hiring. It's trending back towards that, I don't think they realize it yet, and I think that the corporate world moves very slowly. But I still have hope. One way or the other. Hikikomori modding time. I don't know what that is, but hey, I mean, like, Zed has talked about this in a video, where he says that, during a recession, people are willing to pay more for art, and games kind of fall into that. So, I'm not sure I completely swayed by his argument, but it was an interesting thought, But, like, if your modding of a game continues to grow your skills, and if you have this thing to point at and say, hey, I did this mod that, like, the entire world that plays this game actually installs, that puts you on the map, for sure. But if it keeps you motivated to work, then absolutely stick with it, because you're still building skills. Even if nobody uses it but you, and it's your thing that you're happy to work on, it'll keep you building skills. It'll keep you fresh. So, anyway, I have hope, and I think everybody should too. But, plan accordingly to everything sucking for a while longer, I think. And maybe, figure out a way to, try to figure out a way to take more your destiny into your own hands. if you can. Like, there's no shame in flipping a burger at all to pay a bill. But try not to just get trapped in waiting for somebody to come save you. Because I don't think that's going to happen, really. And it never has, right? It's always been what you can do to climb the ladder. Well, maybe not. Maybe once upon a time it was better, but I'm skeptical. Anyway, I'm going to go have some lunch on that note and turn on some AC because it's so freaking hot in here. So Twitch, let's find you guys somebody to hang out with here in just a second. I'll raid out. But for everybody else, thanks for coming to hang out. It's good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come on back around tomorrow at around 10 a.m. and I'll be here doing some more of it. Love to see you again. If not, you guys have a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Let's see who's on that we can go hang out with. Actually, let's see. We got Olex the dev. He's doing some kind of a C++ game dev with no engine, so he's doing his own thing there. Let's go raid him. He's come visited us a couple times. And we'll go see what he's up to. All right. Everybody else, bye.